District Board of Education meeting on Tuesday, October 15, 2024 is now called to order. In accordance with the requirements of the Open Public Meeting Act, NJSLA 10-4-6, adequate notice of the meeting has been provided by submission of notice of the time, date, and location to the Star Ledger on December 5, 2023, and the Hunterdon County Democrat on December 7, 2023. Notice and, to the extent known, the agenda of this meeting have been posted at North Hunterdon High School and Voorhees High School, provided to the municipal clerks of Bethlehem Township, California Borough, Town of Clinton, Clinton Township, Franklin Township, Glen Gardner Borough, Hampton Borough, Highbridge Borough, Lebanon Borough, Lebanon Township, Tewksbury Township, and Union Township, as well as other interested parties, and posted on the district website. Fire exits are located in the directions indicated. If alerted to a fire, please move in a common and orderly fashion to the nearest smoke-free exit. At this time, please silence your cell phones. Perfect. No, it's all right. Sorry. And that this, and so I need a roll call, Katie.
Ms. Pagnam? Here. Mr. Chapman?
Here.
Ms. Gallo?
Here.
Ms. Vince?
Yes.
Here. Ms. Beltran?
Here.
Mr. McIsaac?
Here.
Mr. Mielek?
Here.
Ms. Reyes?
Here.
Ms. Salino?
Here.
Mr. Spanton?
Here.
Ms. Beato?
Here.
And Mr. Carvanich?
Here. And a flag salute. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I need a call for motion and second to approve agenda item 4.1, which is our minutes from September 24, 2024 school board meeting.
So moved.
Kim?
Second.
Jess? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. So any recognition of student achievements, or Greg or Ron? I'll let you guys fight it out.
Good evening, everybody. This is Lillian Balser. Lillian came to me back in the fall of 2023, I think 2022, and asked me if she could do a Viking mural. And I said, well, I'm not really sure what you want to do. Can you please sketch it out? But I brought her amazing teacher here, Laura Millay. She's going to tell you all about the mural that she did right outside of the mall area. But I'm going to tell you about Lillian's future plans. She is committed to Rowan University to play lacrosse. She's looking to major in biomedical art and visualization, which I didn't even know there was such a thing. She's planning to go for a master's in medical illustration, and her career as a medical illustrator, which is illustrations for medical or scientific purposes, such as medical textbooks or for pharmaceutical companies, which I think you can see that she's going to be fantastic at that. But I will hand it over to Lauren to tell you all about the ins and outs of the mural that she did.
Hello, good evening. First, I would just like to express my gratitude to our Voorhees administrators, Mr. Peterson and Mr. Simpson, for their support. Their openness allowing Lillian to execute on this ambitious project. Lillian started the mural on January 25th of 2023 and finished May 29th of 2024, taking over a year, approximately 92 hours. She used 5 paint pens and painted 200 dots per minute. So we roughly estimated that that's over 1 million dots total. I've had Lillian as my student every semester since she started at Voorhees, and Lillian's Viking represents everything we embody at Voorhees: strength, spirit, unity, leadership, and beauty. Lillian works hard at what she loves and has self-motivation to get things done. She is extremely well-rounded, successful with academics, fine arts, and athletically. As a student, she's leaving Voorhees with an unforgettable legacy. It has been an honor to see her growth and evolution to this point. So thank you.
I'd also like to add that we have recently covered this with plexiglass and caulked it all in, so nothing ever happens to it, so we can preserve it for the end of time, as far as I'm concerned, because she has set the bar high for any murals that students will ask to put up from now on. So, Lillian, congratulations.
While they're setting up, if anybody has a chance to see this mural at Voorhees High School, the image that we put up here does not do it justice. It is super impressive, so if you have a chance. As soon as you walk in on the right, it's on the wall side.
All right. So it's my pleasure to introduce you tonight to Maura Green, Max Galar, Cassie Santiago, and Kat Wolf. What I'm sure you know at this point is we tragically lost Sofia de Torres on the very first day of school. A week later, we had a candlelight vigil on the football field at North. I don't know how many people were there, but several hundred. It was a very powerful night. It provided a night for our families and communities and students to grieve, to honor Sofia, and to celebrate her life. And what I will say is that night would not have been possible without these 4 students right here. It was not my idea. It was their idea. I didn't do all the work. They did most of the work. I wasn't the one up there on the podium most of the night. They were. That night was possible because of them and their parents who came to me to ask to have that night, and they felt that that was what the community needed, and they were exactly right. So just to give them a due credit here, they assumed the key roles in organizing the vigil. They gathered the supplies, coordinated the volunteers, created the posters, prepared the candle and candy-filled bags for every guest. Their leadership was also evident in the selections of the songs and the pictures that were displayed during the event and the creation of the moving slideshow. They also acted as MCs for the event. So it's through their dedication and hard work and commitment, along with several other students that helped, that allowed for a powerful night that showed that when the community comes together, it supports each other to grieve through difficult times. So just to give them an introduction, we have Maura Green. Maura, stand out for us here. Maura is a junior class vice president. She's a member of the Interact and Red Cross Club. She runs cross country for our track team. Maura attends the Biomed Academy here at North and hopes to become a pediatric nurse practitioner one day. We also have Max Galar. Max. He's our junior class secretary. He is in the marching band. He's actually the drum major of the marching band. He also attends the biomed program and is a member of the neuroscience club. Max hopes to attend med school in the future to study neuroscience. Thanks, Max. We also have Cassie Santiago. She's a dedicated member of our dance team. When she's not dancing here at North, she also spends the rest of her time at the dance studio or dancing at home. Cassie is also a member of our Interact and Diversity Club, and she hopes to become a civil engineer. And then we also have Kat Wolf. Kat Wolf is actually the president of our junior class and a member of our varsity volleyball team. She's involved in Teen Pep as well as the Science Bowl, which competes in state science competitions. Outside of school, Kat volunteers at a wildlife sanctuary and looks forward to pursuing a career in wildlife support. So, big round of applause. Photo, I think, over here. Where do you want to go, Mike?
That's fine.
Okay.
Nope. I'll let them take all the credit. There you go. Show the certificates. Perfect.
So we now have our student representative reports. So Sarah Schwerk and her alternative are not here tonight. So Shivam, you got both schools.
Yep. All right, so for upcoming events, or I guess we'll go for what happened. We had our North Homecoming, which was a really good turnout. Our theme was a silver, like soiree kind of theme, and we had almost 1,000 kids. I think it's 1,000 kids that came to that night, and it was a really good turnout. Raised a lot of money. So we're having a wiffle ball fundraiser through the baseball team. My friend Aaron Dorr is leading that, and it's October 25th at 3 p.m. It's the day of the milk can game, but it's just like basically right after school. It's going to be $75 per team, and it's going to be 5 players on each team. And we're hoping to get a really good turnout, and the proceeds will go to the DeTorres family. So there's that. We have the Powerpuff game that's happening next week on the 22nd. Hoping that'll be really exciting. Unfortunately, the girls' field hockey and athletics, they lost to Warren Hills, but I just wanted to mention it because like getting to that rank, to the finals of Hunterdon-Voorhees and Sussex is like a really big feat on its own, and they're actually ranked 6th in New Jersey right now. Another thing, the thrift store, I'm not sure if you know about that from last year. That's my class, that me and my class officers that are organizing that. It's basically we're getting donations from the whole school. We have a bin outside, bin in the school for donations. We organize it, and basically the Friday or November 27th, the half day, we're gonna have like almost kind of like basically like a thrift shop, like a little store in the green gym, and just basically selling those clothes. Proceeds go to the open cupboard food pantry and to our class fund as well. Moving on, Spirit Week, for the Milk Can Week is next week. So Monday is Grout Fit. Tuesday is like an out of water theme. So like floaties, goggles, towels, all that. Wednesday is like meme day, so dress as your favorite meme. Thursday is blackout, and we're bringing back our class spirit color showdown, so like our class wars. So freshmen are green, sophomores are red, juniors are yellow, and seniors are blue. And we're gonna have a day, or 2 days actually, to decorate them all and have like because we really wanted to bring back that class spirit, and this is like a big way that we can. Moving on, marching band, they marched in the Columbus Day Parade, North and Voorhees together, and I thought that was like really like awesome and a sense of unity through both schools. Another thing that's happening with both schools is the Hurricane Relief Fundraiser through the Key Club. And the first week in November is the theater's fall play. So that's all I have for updates for this month.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anybody have questions for Shivam?
Pardon my ignorance, what is grout fit?
It's like a gray outfit, like a comfy fit.
Okay.
Yeah.
He did forget to mention that he was homecoming king.
Yes.
Well, I was going to say,
He left that
all right, thank you, Shivam.
Yep.
So now, Mr. Kaczynski from, I'm going to pronounce this wrong, Nizhevachia.
You got it.
Sorry, I practiced that actually. We'll review the financial highlights and summary of the annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2024. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Good evening, everyone. I believe in your packets you should have, I sent Katie a 4-page handout with all the financial highlights for the year. So I'm just going to spend a minute or so going over all this. The primary thing that you're concerned about is the budgetary operations of the district for the year. So if you look in that attachment right at the top, it's just going to give you a breakdown of where your fund balance ended for the year. So to start out, you had capital reserve balance of $8.4 million. You had $1.7 million for your maintenance reserve. You had $5.5 million, almost $5.6 million that from 2023 that will be used in the 2025 budget for excess surplus. And this year we generated $5,250,000 of excess surplus, which will be used in your 2026 budget. We also had $626,000 of unemployment. We had encumbrances of 1.97. And we had ending unassigned fund balance of 1.5. That's the 2% calculation. That's based off of your budgetary expenditures for the year with a certain number of state allowable adjustments that get made to it. Like to refer to that as you're as healthy as you potentially can be in your unassigned fund balance. So overall, we did have about a $3.2 million decrease in our fund balance year over year, but there's a good reason for that. The primary reason for that is that we took a bunch of money out of our capital reserve to pay for debt service and to pay for projects that have been ongoing in the district. So I'm just going to move down in that there and go to the capital reserve section. So if you look, we started with $12.7 million. We had interest earnings of about $69,000. And at the end of the year, with that 2%, that's the most that we're allowed to have, we were allowed to transfer back almost $2.8 million. But again, going back to what we had taken out in order to do capital projects throughout the district, as well as transferring money over to debt service, we took out $2.8 million to do projects, and we also took out $4.2 million for debt. So that left us with $8.4 million in the capital reserve at the end of the year. Maintenance reserve, a lot more simple. We started with $1.7 million, we got $24,000, and we ended with $1,737,000 in maintenance. On to the next page, I just want to discuss the results of your food service. We had operating revenue this year of $1,952,000, which is an increase of about $150,000 from last year. We also had non-operating revenue of about $8,600. And we had operating expenses of $1.9 million. Again, typically with the food service, the more that we sell, the more that it costs. So it just goes hand in hand. But we did have an overall $33,000 increase in our position in the food service fund. So the ending position in the food service, we had a total of $671,000 of net position, and that's comprised of $212,000 of capital assets and $458,000 of net position unrestricted. Your long-term liabilities section, just to briefly go through these, so serial bonds, we ended up with $5.7 million. We had an ending balance in our compensated absences of $4.5 million. Just to touch on that really quick, there was a change in the requirement of how compensated absences has to be calculated this year. So when you look on this sheet, it says that you went up by $1.5 million. It's kind of almost a misnomer. What it is that with this new standard that was issued, we had two options. We could do what's called early implementation, in which case we implement it now and we don't have to do a restatement of the prior year financials, or we do it next year, in which case we would have had to put a restatement in your financials. So really that increase is just avoiding that restatement of the financials into the following year. But we did pay out $131,000 in comp time this year. So we ended with $4,548,000 in compensated absence liability. Leases payable, we paid off about $71,000 and ended with a balance of $154,000. Finance purchases payable, we paid off $826,000, and we have just over $3 million there. And our net pension liability for PERS ended at $8.9 million, which was a decrease from last year of about $748,000. Again, I know that we've all heard about the net pension liability for years now, but it's kind of out of our control. It is what it is. We get the report from KPMG from the state, and they tell us what your liability is. You know, we pay our pension bill. It's nothing that you have to worry about at this point, but it's just there. It's required for the gap section of the report, so we disclose it. There are two management suggestions in this report. They're pretty much advisory. I know when I've come to present before, I've said this, and I'm sure that everyone is sick and tired of hearing of the first one, no pun intended, but COVID-19, talking about how they're doing the desk reviews of all the grant money that was issued over the course of the pandemic. We're just giving you the heads up again that hopefully we're thinking that next year we're going to actually pull this out of the report, so this is probably the last year I have to do this whole spiel. You're not necessarily going to be subject to an audit of any significance going forward, we're hoping. So we think it's about time that we're going to have to stop worrying about this. And the only other item in there is the federal grant receivables. So this doesn't, again, necessarily apply to you. We just thought it would be prudent to put that in this year's report, as all of those COVID programs, grant periods are ending, to make sure that we're we've submitted for all of our receivables and everything, and I'm sure Katie can tell you that we're good on that. Again, just 2 advisory things, so nothing to worry about there. And then, burying the lead here, we had no recommendations again this year, which is excellent. Definitely Katie gets a lot of credit for that. She keeps everything in line, makes sure that everything goes smoothly. Her staff upstairs does a great job with getting us everything that we need as we're going through the audit process, and they're quick about it. I know that the one thing that we typically run into difficulty with is getting all of there's a giant section at the back of the report that's completely unaudited. It's the statistical section, but we rely so much on the towns for supplying that information, and Jen had the hard task this year of tracking all of that information down, but she did a great job, and we were able to get through all of it. So again, I just want to commend Katie and the rest of her staff for their hard work. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to address them. Yeah.
The pension liability, is that something that there's formula at the state level and we just get whatever it is, or is there actually some factors in there that are specific to us?
So basically, you get your pension bill every year. We pay our pension bill every year. It's the funding of the pension itself and all of the actuarial assumptions changing over time. And you hear it every year, is the pension going to be fully funded this year? Is it not going to be fully funded? So it's all based off of that. And what they do is all of your employees that are in the pension system, they take all of that information, pull it all together, and say the overall liability is $8.9 million, going forward. So the change in that is based off of actuarial assumptions that KPMG takes all of that, they compile it into their report every year, and we get that. It's got deferred inflows, outflows, it includes changes in proportion.
What kind of fluctuation is it from year to year?
It's a great question. There's so many factors.
That's what caught my attention.
There's so many factors that some years you're going to see it that it's going to increase by $1 million. Other years it's going to decrease by $1 million, and it's, every year that note or that the note related to PERS specifically, as well as the teacher's pension annuity fund that goes within the report. Those 2 pages are probably about 15 pages long each. You want to read through it. It's a fun read, but there's a lot of factors that go into that, and you'll see if you pay attention. We have to change a lot of those things every year. So there's a lot of factors that go into it. It's how the pension funds are performing overall each year. It's an amalgamation of things. It really is.
No, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
I just had a question, and I apologize because I can't find it now, but I did recall seeing something in the full report that talked about, and I don't know if it was in the notes, but it related to the district being mindful of any potential increases in population and kids entering the school system and what impact that may have on our overall budgeting. I don't know if you could add anything to that, or is there like an expectation of what kind of timing would really impact it?
That, I believe what you're talking about is in the factors affecting the district, which is part of the MD&A section, or it might be in your intro letter. That's kind of almost like a boilerplate thing, because the reality is that, dependent upon student population, we've seen a lot over the years where we have declining student populations in certain places, and based on the needs of students coming into the district, we could have a student that comes into the district that we didn't budget for, and it's to provide the services necessary for that student, it might be a couple of $100,000 that we didn't think about. So that's more of an advisory thing of just the district is being mindful, I guess you could say,
Okay. And then just a question about, so the new building for the Polytech, are they leasing land from us, or did we so are those when will the lease payments start being made to the district?
So the lease is $1 a year.
Okay.
So it's not like we're
Getting
generating revenue from the actual lease, but we're going to be generating revenue over time when they have students. So
That's
the
right,
students
okay.
will attend our programs, we'll get tuition revenue, which I think we speak to in the audit report too.
Right.
Is trying to find places where we can generate revenue that's outside of the 2% levy cap.
Got it, okay. Yeah. And I did want to say, it is really a terrific job, the way you keep up with it, so thank you for that, definitely.
Great. Thanks, Andrew.
Thanks.
Great.
Thank you.
Everyone have a great night. We'll do it again next year.
So I need a call for motion second to approve the receipt and acceptance of the annual comprehensive financial report and the auditor's management report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024, as prepared by the district's appointed certified public accounting firm, Nisavagia LLP of Mount Arlington, New Jersey.
So moved.
Tara?
Second.
Dan? I need a roll call vote.
Ms. Cagnon?
Yes.
Mr. Chapman?
Yes.
Ms. Gallo?
Yes.
Ms. Hibbs?
Yes.
Ms. Cochran?
Yes.
Mr. McIsaac?
Yes.
Mr. Mueller?
Yes.
Ms. Reyes?
Yes.
Ms. Salino?
Yes.
Mr. Spanton?
Yes.
Ms. Beato?
Yes.
And Mr. Carvana?
Yes. So Dr. Burjack will now review the New Jersey Department of Education school self-assessment for North and Voorhees for determining grades under the Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights Act for July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024.
Thanks, Glenn. So just to remind everybody, this is something that we do every year. What happens is, based on the Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights Act, the school safety teams meet in each building. They go through a checklist, a set of criteria to do a self-assessment of how they felt they did as far as adhering to the Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights in the previous year. They met this September at both schools. I won't read, every one of the items on the checklist that are for your review, but basically North Hunterdon scored a 75 out of 78 and Voorhees scored a 77 out of 78. And again, they rate each other independently of themselves, so that's why sometimes there's a little variation in that score. Then what happens, I report this to you tonight, you can answer any questions you have, then I'm able to submit this to the state through the NJDOA homeroom website. The state then reviews all the data, comes back with any determinations. If they don't have any, they will approve the scores. The scores are then brought back to you in the spring to approve, and then we post them on the website. So the ones that are posted on the website now are from last year. They'll then get posted on the website this spring, which is these scores.
And
Any questions?
Gary, in North's review, there's a score that the ABS met at least 2 times per year with the district anti-bullying coordinator, and that didn't happen, or that?
Nope, that only happened once this year, so that's why they scored themselves as partially meeting it. And it really came down to a matter of circumstances in the spring that the spring meeting got canceled and then got rescheduled and got canceled again. This year we have 2 dates on the books already to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Okay.
Just a clarification, did you say they self-assess or they assess one another?
They self-assess the school, so the school safety team, which is made up of the school safety specialist and the assistant principal, they're looking at whether or not we met twice a year. That's a checkbox, right? And you get a score based on that. And it's basically, did you not meet, did you partially meet, did you meet it, or did you exceed it? So it's a 0 through 3 is what they're allowed to get.
Yeah, I think I was asking, I just didn't know if there was a dimension of sort of peer assessment going on there.
No, not really. It's the school safety team assessing on how they did and how the rest of the school did as far as maintaining that act.
Is there any funding that comes from the state for that, for the scores or anything like that?
Not that I'm aware of. No. So that's it for anti-bullying. No questions?
Okay. So Rich Braun, Director of Curriculum, Articulation, and Student Achievement, will give us a presentation of the 2024 NJSLA results.
Good evening, everyone. All right, so I'm here tonight to go over the Spring 2024 administration of the New Jersey Student Learning Assessment. As far as the students who take this assessment, there's an ELA component, a math component, and a science component. For ELA, it's students in grade 9. For math, it's all students in grade 9 in Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2, and it's also students completing Algebra 1 for the first time. For science, it's all juniors. And as I always say when I present this information, the students who are in the Hunterdon County Vocational School District Academy programs are not included in this data. So what I'll do is I'll go over ELA, then math and science, and for each of those, I'll go over 3 different things basically: the percentage of students at each proficiency level and how that compares to 2023 and also to the state. I always say at this presentation that all that I know at this point is how we did and how the state did. Later on in the school year, usually around January, we'll find out how other schools did, but at this point it's just how we did and how the state did. I'll also go over the results by the school and then show the subgroup proficiency percentage for the district. So ELA in math, there's 5 different levels of proficiency, going from the lowest with level 1 not yet meeting expectations up to level 5 where they're exceeding expectations. So when I talk about proficiency level, I'm really talking about students at levels 4 and 5. 4 is meeting expectations, 5 is exceeding expectations. So starting off with ELA, what this shows is district-wide the change from 23 to 24. So in the column all the way off to the right, you see that the levels 4 and 5 total went up 8% from 2023, and whereas the levels 1 and 2 decreased 6% from 23. So we moved in a positive direction. And how that compares to the state, like I said, we moved up 8%, whereas the state moved up 6%, so similar change to the state. Now, breaking it down by school, so if you remember at this presentation last year, there was a big discrepancy between North Hunterdon and Voorhees for the ELA 9 scores, and you can see that in the second from the right column, where last year 55% of the students at North were proficient and 85% of the students at Voorhees were proficient. At that time, we thought it was abnormally high for Voorhees and abnormally low for North, and now you can see that the 2 schools are much more closely aligned, with 73% of the students proficient at North, 76% of the students at Voorhees, which is well above the state average of 58% across the whole state. Every single subgroup except for one, the percentage increased as far as the percent proficient. The one that decreased is our Black or African American students, and that actually had the lowest number of students that were able to publicly report. So we're talking about the change of 1 or 2 students being proficient in that group. So moving into mathematics, so I will mention here that when we look at the Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and Geometry results, students in grades 11 and 12 are not included in this information from the state. However, students in 7th and 8th grade are included in that. So that's why we always talk about our Algebra 1 scores being lower. They're actually right at state average, but lower than we would expect because the higher level math students took Algebra 1 in 7th or 8th grade. So as we look at Algebra 1, so this just shows the change from 23 to 24. Both Algebra 1 district-wide and Geometry district-wide, the percentage proficient increased from 23 to 24. You can see that Algebra 1 went up 9% from 23, and Geometry went up 4% from 2023. We do not have enough students to publicly report the results for Algebra 2. And how that compares to the state, the 9% increase for Algebra 1 for us compares to 4.5% increase across the state. Across the state, Geometry actually went down 1.5%, while ours went up 4%. So focusing on Algebra 1 here first, breaking it down by school, you can see that North Hunterdon had a really large increase this year. Last year, for 23, it was 22% proficient. It went up to 38.5% proficient in 2024. And Voorhees dropped down a little bit from 43.5% in 23 down to about 39.5% in 2024. So again, last year we thought that North was abnormally low and Voorhees was abnormally high, and those two kind of met in the middle. And again, we talked about the New Jersey average of 39.5%. That includes those advanced students taking it in 7th and 8th grade. So now when you move into Geometry, well actually the subgroups first for Algebra 1, I believe every single subgroup that was reported for both years went up. Our Asian students, we didn't have enough students to publicly report those results in 24, whereas we did in 3. But the one thing I really want to point out here, you see the huge jump with the male students, about 15% increase from the percent proficient in 2023 to 2024. Moving into geometry, so again, these are the more advanced math students taking geometry in 9th grade. The two schools are almost exactly the same, 73% proficient at North, 72.9% at Voorhees, and that is well above the state percentage of 49%. And you can see that Voorhees went up almost 10% from 2023. Again, with the subgroups, they're very similar to they were last year, just a little bit of fluctuation there, but mostly about the same. And again, we did not have enough students taking Algebra 2 to publicly report those results. And then moving into science. So science is reported differently. There are 4 levels for science. So level 3 is proficient, level 4 is advanced proficient. So we're really looking at levels 3 and 4 as when I talk about proficiency. So you can see that the percent proficient district-wide actually went down 5% from 2023. And it went down across the state 2% compared to going down 5% in our district. So looking at the school-wide, you can see across the state, only 28.1% of the students were proficient, 38.5% at North, and almost 47% at Voorhees. And looking at the subgroups for that, you can see that just about, it's really a variety, with our Asian students having the highest percentage proficient, but most of them, some going down, some staying the same, really a mix there. So as far as the achievements go from our NJSLA results, the district percentage of students proficient is well above the state average for ELA 9, Geometry, and Science 11. We talked about the jumps with North Hunterdon, with ELA 9 going up 28% from 2023, and for Algebra 1, that percentage going up 16% from 2023. So intervention strategies district-wide, we looked at trying to consolidate our staffing in the tested courses so that fewer teachers were teaching that course so that it's more consistent. We did begin common assessments with our grade 9 classes last year, and now we continued that this year with our grade 10 classes, using professional development sessions to evaluate our common assessment results, continuing to infuse NJSLA aligned questions into our curriculum. And then for the, continuing with the district, we did expand our articulation meetings with our sending districts. Yesterday, we actually had representatives from 13 districts together with articulation meetings from pre-K through 5, and then all of the subject area articulation meetings as well. We had over 600 teachers participating in that between the two buildings yesterday. We obviously examined these NJSLA results by course level, by teacher, and all different areas for which we could examine them, and then continuing to emphasize writing across the curriculum. For our students who are struggling, we obviously have many different ways for students to get extra help. For our seniors who are not yet proficient in English or math, we offer our workshop classes. We have our resource rooms where teachers are available in every subject, every period for extra help. For students who have study halls, obviously after school from 2:30 to 3:10, teachers are available. We have our online tutoring program, and for students who are not meeting the standards in the course, we have our response to intervention program. Any questions about these results?
So it seems like, right, our scores went up, so it seems like the intervention strategy you're putting in place, we're seeing some positive results, right, from the strategy. But that was sort of my general takeaway.
Yeah, I mean, district-wide, everything did increase from 2023.
It seems like what we're doing is working.
The things you're trying to, yes, right.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
When you talk to the sending districts, are they seeing similar results as us?
I don't know their results from 2024 yet. When they're released, we'll take a look to see how they go. But I think, I mean, you could see the statewide numbers going in that direction as well. So hopefully we want to begin working with them as early as possible so that, we can help them. That's one of the big topics of conversation yesterday in these articulation meetings was, how they can use these results to inform their instruction and how we can work together. Because a lot of these sending districts, they may have one science teacher or one ELA teacher. So by getting everybody together and share those resources and have those discussions, hopefully we can impact everybody.
Has this affected any of the common assessments that you're going to do this year, a little bit different from last year?
Not necessarily, although we certainly try to use NJSLA-like questions in those common assessments. But you know, by the time we got these results, we had already completed those common assessments, but we'll still continue to revise them if necessary.
Yes, Rich, one question I had, with that 15% jump in the boys on algebra?
Yes.
And you may not know this now, like, that's a district-wide.
Yes, that is.
And was that sort of common across buildings, or do you have information suggesting that for some reason, the jump in male boy performance on Algebra 1 was more pronounced in one building versus another, and whether that reveals anything in terms of some of the strategies you were talking about?
So, and the reason why we do the district results for the subgroups is because we wouldn't have enough students for a lot of these subgroups if we did it by school.
Right.
But as far as I can tell you by school, though, at North Hunterdon High School, the males, 44% were proficient, but I don't have last year's. So, and that's the majority of our students. So 44% at North and 43% at Voorhees. So they both must have gone up about the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then, I guess similarly, with the challenge of algebra being that our strongest students have taken algebra before they've arrived here,
Yes.
do we see, I'm just curious about the distribution of Algebra 1 students as freshmen, if that is something we're seeing equally spread across sending districts, or are we seeing a phenomenon where there are some programs that are being more successful with algebra at a younger age, and is that part of the articulation conversation?
Well, part of the discussion is when you begin to accelerate students and how you identify the students that you're accelerating. But I think even more importantly than the difference between Algebra 1 and Math 8 in 8th grade is the level at which they're coming in algebra in 9th grade. So we saw a big change in these Algebra 1 results. In 2023, the majority of students were in Algebra 1 CP. In 2024, the majority of the students were in Algebra 1 Advanced. So that's really one of the things that we're able to pinpoint.
And again, this might not be something that you know right now. Do you have a sense of, do we have kids who are retaking algebra?
We do have a handful. There aren't a lot, but there are some, yes.
And then I think getting to Glenn's point a little bit, I don't know, with conversations with the sending district, I'd be sort of curious to see that, when you look at our ELA 9 performance, when you compare cohort to cohort, obviously it's going up a little bit each year, which is good. I guess I'm very curious about like that grade 8 for that same cohort the year before. Like, in other words, we're taking sort of our performance relative to our performance last year, but what we don't know is what gains we might be realizing when compared to their grade 8 ELA, and what might feel like incremental but positive progress to us could potentially be be a significant leap from the year before, and I didn't know if that would play out similarly with some of the math.
So basically saying that the Math 8 results for our sending districts, and then as they come to us, yeah, I mean, those Math 8 results across the state are typically, like, I think it's around 25% proficient. Okay. So, and I mean, it's statewide.
Yeah.
But, so yeah, we do see, we look at 40% for our Algebra 1, but what those same students did in Math 8 was significantly lower.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I guess the same way it can give us insight into having kids just, even with the articulation, we have them for a year.
Right.
And what sort of gains we're potentially realizing, because if it's, 70, it's in the 70s now as freshmen, and then last year we were in the 90s for the GPA. So we know in the 2 years that we have been, that progress sort of continues. The cut scores and things like that change.
Right.
Okay.
Which is why we talked about in the curriculum committee that one of the things that we want to look at is the PSAT results and how students, the percentage of students who are meeting the cut score for the PSAT. So I'm going to work on that as well. Any other questions? Yes.
I know we talked about this in curriculum committee with the science part, because that's unique where it's 11th grade.
Yes,
So we're not really looking at the sending districts as much.
correct, right.
So what are we doing with trying to advance that? Because we have scores that, to me, having a score, whether it's math or English or science, that's in the 30%, 30% of the students are proficient, that still seems low, even though it's above state standards. So is there something that we can do to help science literacy with our students?
So one of the
Moving
things.
into 11th grade prior to that.
Sure. So that everybody knows, the science assessment is not a biology test or a chemistry test. It is a test of all of the high school standards in science. We looked at some of the sample questions in the curriculum committee and we're like, well, this isn't really like a specific subject. It's not biology, or it's not, it's taking different scenarios, different graphs, and trying to draw conclusions from that. I will say that in looking at the results across the state from 2023, our district was at or above other similar schools in the state. That does not excuse having 46% proficient. It's a really, really difficult assessment. And I'll try to put it nicely. Juniors may not be entirely invested in the results of those assessments. And I don't know if you want to chime in about that, but we do our best to tell students that take it seriously. We use it to inform our instruction and to develop our programs, but we can see how quickly they sometimes go through the assessment.
Have the assessments changed?
Many
within
times.
The last, are they changing significant every year, or is there a big change from 2012? Let's go to 2019 or 2020 compared to 2023.
This particular assessment, I believe 2019 might have been the first year for this particular science assessment, and then obviously we didn't test in 2020 or 2021. So it's been about 3 or 4 years for this particular assessment.
Have you compared these scores to 2019?
Yeah, they're pretty comparable. Yeah.
You mentioned curriculum, and you sort of did a spot check of similar schools.
To us, right? And I think you said we're similar to those.
When we received those scores, actually all I have is last year from 2023. Countywide, Voorhees had the highest percentage in 2023. It's a little misleading. Well, that doesn't make it. No, I'm sorry. North did. I'm looking at the numbers right here. North had the highest percentage proficient across the county last year, and Voorhees was right behind it at 46%. But looking at, in the curriculum committee, we talked some about the DFGs and the similar socioeconomic status, the schools that with similar socioeconomic status. Our science scores were at or above the average for all of those schools in the similar socioeconomic status. Any other questions?
I know we're looking at the scores, but it came to mind when you were talking about the articulating committee was meeting yesterday.
Yes.
Which is fantastic. So are you strictly meeting with the teachers for math, ELA, and science?
No,
Or
every single
is
subject
it-
area.
Every
Yes,
subject.
yes.
Okay, fabulous. So world language and social studies.
Yes, and one of the groups that we actually added this year were our ESL teachers. They had previously worked with the world language teachers, but now we have enough district-wide, well, not just our district-wide, but sending district-wide as well, that there was a separate ESL group as well. Yeah. And that goes all the way from pre-K on.
I have a question.
Yes.
With this articulation, I know the discussion with 8th grades, it's been forever, being on the same page, using same materials, where they're starting, where they're ending, which standards. Is that some of the discussion going on right now, that they're looking to really streamline what every 8th grade district is doing?
So one of the things that they want to do, this came from the superintendents, and it's being supported by the math teachers as well. I was in a lot of the math articulation meetings. I was in the math articulation meeting quite a bit yesterday. They want to develop a common Algebra 1 curriculum for the 8th grade. Well, not just the 8th grade, for the 8th and 9th grade students. So all 9 middle schools and our 2 high schools want to develop a common Algebra 1 curriculum.
For within Hunterdon County?
Our sending districts.
Yes. Yes, and I think that'll be, when we see the success of that, I think that will trickle into some of the other ones as well. But I think that's a great starting point.
12 sending districts.
Yes,
Yeah.
that really was.
Exactly.
Yes,
Well,
yes.
yeah.
And it really came from, I mean, you know, it was at the superintendent articulation meeting where they just decided that this is something that we really need to prioritize. So, yeah.
The superintendent at Tewksbury actually brought it up, and everyone else really jumped on board and said, we think this would be a great idea. So I think if Jen takes the lead, which I hope she will, then I think we'll see some success.
That'd be great.
Any other questions?
Not necessarily a question, but I know as we sort of go into strategic planning, I know these are data points that you're required to present annually. Our school report card and so many other things that you present either through curriculum or at different times during the year, and even those things that you said you're going to look at, PSAT scores, SAT scores, AP participation and performance, dual credit certification, seal of biliteracy, certifications that kids are getting through like Polytech programs. And I mean, to be honest with you, even thinking about the things that we saw presented here at the beginning of the evening, it would be really nice in a strategic plan to really have a broad view of just the diversity of assessments. Because what I will say is, I guarantee you the students who were sitting here today probably don't even know how they did on this, other than the fact that they're like, oh, I passed and that was fine. But to think about like the impact of that mural and that event that those students led, that's something that's never captured in data points like that. And it's the sort of thing that I think in a broad sort of dashboard of performance can really inspire some creative thinking. So I'm saying that for all of us as we engage in that conversation, but you're certainly the person who can kind of marshal all of that information
And
for us.
that's one of the things, for those of you who are familiar with the Middle States accreditation process, one of the things that you develop through Middle States is the portrait of a graduate. And that's kind of what you're talking about, you know, giving that full picture. And I think that's a great thing to incorporate into strategic planning as we look at that as well. Anything else? All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rich. So moving on, we are on to the Chief School Administrator's Report.
Thank you, Glenn. Let's start with some exciting stuff first. First, I do want to mention homecomings at both North Hunterdon-Voorhees. They went off without a hitch, and everybody had a great time. The theme for the football game this year was a pink out at both schools. That's always fun. I also do want to send some congratulations to our homecoming king and queen from VHS, Brant Caskey and Geneva DeReg. And then from North Hunterdon, of course, our own Shivam Patel, and Mary Specken was the king and queen. So congratulations to Shivam and all the other students who met that accomplishment and enjoyed that weekend. So. I want to mention that College Board announced that North Hunterdon and Voorhees High School have been named the 2024 Advanced Placement Program School Honor Roll. We earned a bronze distinction in that. The AP School Honor Roll recognizes schools whose AP programs are delivering results for all students while also broadening access to the availability of AP schools. So how students are doing and also what we're offering. We earn this recognition annually based on criteria that reflect our commitment to increasing college-bound students and also providing opportunities for students to earn college credits and maximize college readiness. So that was great news from the AP course. There are a lot of fun school-sponsored events coming up. Shivam talked about some of them, the pep rallies, the Powder Puff game, and of course the annual Milk Can football game is going to be happening on October 25th, so I hope many of you can make it. If you haven't been to a Milk Can game, it's an exciting game, an event. It will be held at North Hunterdon this year. So. And then moving on to the agenda items, I do want to recognize Tim McKinnon. Tim McKinnon is a technology education teacher at North Hunterdon. He was nominated by John Deutsch, when he was assistant principal at North, for his for the New Jersey School Board's Unsung Hero, Superhero Award. I'm sorry. And Tim is a technology education teacher at North. One of his accomplishments academically is that not only does he teach the classes he teaches, but there's a lot of students that there's not enough students to take a class that he offers. A lot of times he will do a lot of independent studies with students, which is a lot of extra work for him. But he takes that on without hesitation and always accommodates those students. So a lot of students are getting credits in that subject area that wouldn't otherwise if Tim didn't go above and beyond. He's also current soccer coach. He's coached field hockey, fencing, and lacrosse in the past. He's also the advisor for the video club. He works with TSA, which is the Technology Students Association. And he also works with Set Construction for the plays. He also runs an annual bridge building competition between the two buildings. So the New Jersey School Board's Unsung Hero Award obviously celebrates, they celebrate invaluable contributions of a school district staff who work tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure their schools run smoothly and provide a safe and nurturing environment for all their students. And he will be recognized at 10 a.m. on the Tuesday of School Board's workshop and at the keynote speaking event that will happen here. So for those of us that will be there, I hope you'll join me. I plan to be there to be there for recognition of Tim again. So congratulations to Tim. He's a hard worker, and this is something that I'm glad he was recognized for. All right, moving on to the not so exciting stuff. We have our report on harassment, intimidation, and bullying this month. We had 3 cases, 3 incidents that were reported, and 1 was founded. And those you'll be voting on for disposition next month. And then we have our call for a motion.
So I need a motion and a second to affirm the determinations on the HIB incidents reported at the September 24, 2024 board meeting.
And just to clarify, there was 1 founded at North and 1 unfounded at Voorhees.
Can I ask a question about it before we move on? Just in terms of...
So why don't I just do the first and second, not do
Okay.
questions? Yeah.
Okay.
So I haven't seen a first and second.
Oh, first.
Oh, Jess?
So moved.
Dan? Second. That's right, okay. Question.
Okay. So I noticed that it has these HIP incidents, whether they were found or not, 2 of which were cell phone related after hours. So my question is, are students aware of the repercussions of something with their cell phone that's after school hours, if something occurs?
They all sign off on a student parent
They
handbook,
have the
which has an
handbook,
edit.
okay.
This is also reiterated at class meetings and other times throughout the year when opportunities arise. And sometimes it's somebody getting caught doing something that sends a message to the rest of the student body as well. So I would say yes, they are aware.
Okay.
And it only is addressed in a school if it affects the school environment too.
Right.
And that's typically what happens, is something happens off hours, but it doesn't stay off hours. It comes into school and kids feel uncomfortable or they feel like they need.
Sure, of course. Okay, thank you.
Any questions? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so moved.
So, and then we have a call for a motion, and you want to call for a motion?
Sure. That's right.
I want to take your job.
That's all right. I can't read
I thought
tonight.
this was Richard.
I know. I need a call for motion, second to approve the annual renewal of the New Jersey Uniform State Memorandum of Agreements between education and law enforcement officials for the 2024-2025 school year.
So moved.
Jess and Kim.
Second.
Any questions? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. So moved.
And last month, the school reports. Any questions on that? And we talked about some of the factors in the committees about some of those things. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So our next board meeting is November 26, 2024 at 7 p.m. here in the District Administration Office. As Rich mentioned, next week is the NJSBA Workshop 2024, the 21st to 24th in Atlantic City, and several people are going, including Rich and the team. Again, that's where Tim will be also honored. And then moving on to our 2025 meeting calendar. Anybody have any questions on that? Or, as you notice, right, it's based on feedback. We now put a meeting in for every month of the year, and so rather than trying to add.
Yeah, that's great, appreciate that.
So. Sorry, John. No, okay. Yeah, one of the ideas was if we decide not to do one, we could always convert it into like a retreat or something, but it might be easier to remove it. Okay.
Is there a certain time period where if you wanted to cancel and we didn't need it, you have to give a notification?
48 hours.
That's what I thought.
Okay, so I need a call for motion, second to approve the 2025 board meeting calendar.
Second.
Nicole? All in favor?
Aye.
Any abstentions? Any opposed? Awesome, thank you. So moving on to public comment. During this portion of the meeting, the public is invited to address the Board of Education with comments. You are requested to sign the register provided for this purpose and to state your name, municipality of residence, group affiliation if applicable, and direct your comments to the school board president. While all comments will be considered by the Board of Education and a response may be forthcoming if and when appropriate, individual school board members may not respond to speakers at the time of their appearance. The public comment period will be a maximum of 30 minutes in length unless there are unusual circumstances. You'll be allocated 3 minutes to speak, and no one will be permitted to speak more than once on the same topic until all others who wish to speak on that topic have been heard. Please keep your comments respectful and non-defamatory and maintain the level of decorum appropriate for the public meeting where students may be present and in the audience. Any comments? Going once, going twice. Okay, so moving on to curriculum. Beth.
Yes. Spaced out there for a second. Okay. So the curriculum committee met on October 9th. Everyone was in attendance. Most of the committee meeting was spent discussing the results of the NJSLA. We started the meeting going through the monthly report with just discussion about some of the suspensions, which were limited given the fact that the school year had just started, but that Dr. Burdax will be gathering information throughout the year as to both schools so that we can make sure that things are being implemented in a similar manner. We also discussed the number of withdrawals from the school district, specifically looking at students who have either withdrawn from one of the academy programs or from Polytech and returned to a high school outside of the district, but that the numbers that we had were relatively low and really not something to be concerned about. So then, like I said, we looked at the NJSLA results, compared to all of the Hunterdon County districts that are used. We're considered an I in the district factor grouping, which I believe goes from A to J, with with J being in the higher socioeconomic classes or status, and our results were close to or above those similar schools. As we discussed, I'm not going to repeat the information that Rich Brown did a very nice job of presenting to us, but we went through the exact same information, just discussed the information as well. We also discussed how we're expanding our ML program, which is formerly called ESL, so that we can serve more multilingual learners, students that can learn English through the Hunterdon-Voorhees School District. And we discussed the school calendar, which is up for approval today, which has staff beginning on August 20th next year. So the dates are a little different from how things have happened over the prior years. Students will start on August 25th, which is a Monday, so they'll have a full week of school, versus when they typically have come into school, which I think was on like a Thursday. We had freshmen come in on that Wednesday. So it'll be a little bit different, but graduation will be held on June 16th of 2026, which is consistent with when graduation is this year and in prior years. We also reviewed the process that's used for following professional development for the district, and as was mentioned, there was a professional development day yesterday. We build in time for professional development, not only that is done with the district, but also so that teachers and staff can do professional development on their own. And so we provide, the district provides recommended programs and sessions for them to attend, so it's not just the development that they're receiving on the days where there may be a teacher in service. And while we didn't get to it, we did have AI on the discussion items, since it will be an ongoing agenda item. However, a number of people participated in the Hunterdon County SBA session on AI. There were some really terrific resources that were provided that I'm hoping to be able to share with the entire group. But really the focus is on the fact that policies need to happen But I think there's a lot of question about what that needs to look like. The states all have different things, and it's, but some of the information provided, I just thought was fascinating, some of the videos and things that they provided. So I think it'll be a really good thing for us to learn more about and figure out how to best use it within, for the staff and the teachers to use it, as well as how we manage it with the students as well. And that was it for the committee meeting.
Any questions?
Yeah, on the school calendar, and
Yeah.
it seems it's an annual comment that I have is the excessive nature of the 6 early dismissals. I don't know if any discussion came up or around that. I just think it's excessive, and we're giving credit for full days. We're not getting full days of learning. I can see that once in a while, maybe on a special occasion. But like for instance, like the first week of school, we're in school for 4 days and then we have an early dismissal. I just kind of think it's ridiculous. I've spoken out about it almost annually, and I don't know if anybody agrees with me or not.
I do agree with you, because it does throw a loop for parents as well to figure out what students are doing when they come home. I know that that's a time when it's in service. It's a professional development time, correct? That's typically used?
No, I don't think
No,
not all of
no.
these are.
No.
I always assume that's what's
Like
what.
before a long weekend or something like that.
There's
or
6 of them.
holiday.
Okay.
They count as a full day. I know in my family, my children are reluctant to go to school. Like, why are we going to school? It's just a half day. It's a waste. Nothing's going to take place. But it's, like I said, it's giving credit towards the instructional days that our faculty are contractually obligated for. So I don't know if this is a something that's for the for the parents who might be trying to get away early on a vacation, or or this is just some, I don't know, in my opinion, bad habit that keeps continuing.
So it's not contractual and it's not tied to in-services?
Correct. No, it's not contractual, and I mean, officially, these are not half days for staff, these are half days for students.
Yeah.
And again, the rationale in having them there was we actually have our attendance, it turned out being greater with the half days than it was full days the day before holiday. If you remember last year, Anesh actually, when we brought this up last year, we asked what he thought about it, and he was, he said, yeah, the only reason that comes is because it's a half day, but I don't know if you want to add any information?
Help us out.
No, I mean, I would just say that I agree with having a half day, only because it's kind of, not just like to get out of school, but I feel like it's a nice welcome to ease into the year. I mean,
and I can say the half days for students are utilized a lot for things like Friendship Day at North, and I know events at Voorhees as well, where if you're going to disrupt an academic day for what is a great event, if you can do it on a half day instead of a full day, that usually helps, and so these are sometimes utilized for that. But again, I'm open for any other suggestions.
Well, there might be, and again, this might be a direction around strategic planning. Like, there might be events that are sort of unique events that could be happening either as part of that day, whether it's, days of service, days of volunteering, academic fairs, things of that sort. It might be an opportunity to look at and say, there's potentially timing here for unique experiences that, and believe me, we didn't want to make you the spokesperson. We need to get rid of this on behalf of all the kids. But to your point, if it's a day of easing into, a weekend or something like that, there might be some unique community building-wide learning experiences that can happen on that kind of day. I don't know what the equivalent of high school field day is, but the kinds of things that, as you were talking about, building spirit among grade levels, whether it's academic showcases, art showcases, it's possibly an opportunity to dream big on what those things could be.
I mean, I would agree, but for the fact that it's always before a holiday weekend. So they're always before holiday periods. So to plan a school event or activity right before a holiday, period of time. I'm not saying that I would be against it, but I think that there could be backlash from parents
Well, I think if
who are
that,
not in agreement.
if that had been extended into the, afternoon, evening hours.
Exactly, into the afternoon.
But I think what Brendan is saying, maybe we can utilize, all of those days for some kind of a, whether it's art festival during the day, their students, or,
Right.
being able to see their
Yeah.
I mean, having
Okay.
explored similar things, I know we've run like poetry festivals and things that might articulate with teen arts that make that day sort of exploratory.
I love the
in a
idea of
different
strategic
way.
planning, looking at
Yeah.
that, really coming down to the student experience.
Yeah.
Overall,
So do we want to hold off then on approving this until next meeting?
I would recommend approving the calendar tonight. If we wanted to revise the calendar, we could, but if
Okay.
we don't approve it now, what it does, it puts us behind the eight ball for a lot of planning.
Got it, okay, that makes sense.
And yeah, I was just suggesting to John's initial
Yeah.
point, like, let's look at it.
Yeah, 'cause we can always revise that with the half days.
Yeah.
Later, but at least we have a
Okay.
calendar,
Okay.
and we can sort of schedule
Right.
things like college fairs and other things like that all involve
That makes sense. Okay, sounds good.
Any other questions? Okay, so I need a motion and second to approve agenda items 13.1 through 13.3.
So moved.
Okay. Nicole? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so moved. Kim, in policy.
We met on Monday, October 7th. Everyone was present except for Glenn. We had a presentation, school security presentation from Mr. Shane Berry, who's our school safety specialist. He presented on the state of our school security measures in both of our buildings, or both schools. Per NJDOE, we are required to conduct one fire drill and one security drill to be conducted at each school once a month. He talked about the types of security drills conducted each month based on a common language that has been adopted for all schools in Hunterdon County. Sorry. These security drills are based on a standard response protocol. Mr. Berry differentiated between school safety, which is providing a safe school environment where students can learn, and school security, which is a set of practice steps that are in place to proactively prevent but also address a crisis situation. He also reviewed the communication measures in place, from cameras to handheld radio devices. The physical measures like bollards, ballot-proof, double doors in each building, school, notifying staff of unauthorized open doors, and background checks for visitors we discussed. And lastly, Mr. Berry noted an asset to our district is, of course, our SROs and Class 3 officers and security staff, which are present daily to monitor our school environment and protect students and staff. So it was just for the board to see from the presentation from Mr. Berry, but obviously there's security measures we cannot disclose and discuss further. But if you had questions, you were interested, he gave a lot of information that we didn't know, and very interesting.
And I think I forgot to mention, but I dropped this presentation.
It's in the
policy
okay.
folder, so
Yeah.
if you have questions, really, and
There you go.
ask any questions.
Yeah, it was really,
It's very informative.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is Shane working with the new Polytech building as well, or is it their own security officers and things like that? I
So
know he
because-
mentioned
because
there's
it's on
going to be an
campus-
officer in there.
Yeah, we will be working with them and coordinating those services. So Shane will have to be instrumental in doing that, yes.
And the doors, will they be the same type of security doors we have at the main campus?
That's my understanding. But
Yeah, he said, I
So security
I
vestibule.
should have asked when we were
There's
going
a
through the
security
tour.
vestibule similar to.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
But I'm sure they'll, I guess, disclose that as we get closer and we have better planning.
Yeah, we're starting to think about those things now.
Yeah.
We wanted to get a building up first, right? Now we're starting to think of all the logistics of getting students between the buildings, making sure they're safe and secure during that time. And then also, how we communicate between the buildings. As Todd mentioned, right now they use the sheriff's office for their Class 3s or SROs. We want to make sure they communicate directly with Clinton Township Police if they're going to do that. But we're going to look at all the different options.
But that's a possibility, we discussed that, using our services, keeping everything under one roof. Our kids are here and it would make sense. But he did disclose that tonight when we did the walkthrough, where where it would be, what his expectation is. But I really
I don't want to get into that discussion in the middle of a tour. So
Sure, no, but I'd like to see that again as we progress and go into June to do that walkthrough again.
Yep. We will.
Just as a tangent, right, so those of us who didn't go, it really is really impressive to me. It's incredibly bright. It's way bigger than it looks from this point of view. It's really, really impressive, so it's
very exciting.
Yeah, it really is. And I know it, and it just reminded me again that most of these Polytech programs are 2 years, and this is going to open up to 4 years, so and I apologize for not saying that.
I'd like to attend the culinary.
But it was very impressive.
I think what caught me by surprise the most is that the majority of people in the interest, the culinary is so large compared to some of the other sections, which I guess, maybe because it's just in circles, I haven't really met too many kids have gone through it or parents that had talked about it. So that was like one of the big surprising things for me, and that room is just incredible. It's incredible.
Did we have an update? I'm sorry, I should have asked you soon on the policy. Getting our new policies in place?
No, I have not had an update since the last time I met with them, because I met with them the day of our committee meetings in September, and it's only been, but they did say they were on target for the end of October, so we're midway through, I'll be checking with them. Probably the end of next week, when we're back in school.
Any other questions? Okay, finance, John?
Thanks, Glenn. Yes, we met virtually on the 7th. Everybody was present on the committee except for Glenn. First thing we talked about was the audit, so you've all heard the presentation this evening, and once again, really like to commend Katie and her staff for an excellent job. As you can tell, there are no concerns that arose from the auditor. A couple of the highlights, going back to the previous year, we generated $8.6 million in surplus. This current year, 23-24, it'll be roughly $8.1 million. This surplus is $500,000 less. It's sort of to be expected as we see rising costs, and we're stuck at a 2% tax levy cap. The $8.1 million will be used to partially fund our next budget of the amount of $5.25 million, and there'll be the remainder will be a deposit into capital reserve. Also, we had a little bit of a policy review at our meeting, policy 5470 regarding payments of claims. This was an issue last month, and Katie, talked about all the work that goes into getting to the point of seeing the claims on our agenda for this evening. And once goods are received, the accounts are payable. The secretary verifies that the several items have been received, and then payment is entered and submitted to the Board of Ed for approval. The key sentence in policy 5470 is the board must approve all claims for payment except such payments that are to be paid from funds derived from athletic events or other activities of student organizations. So it was a follow-up from last month. Also, there was we had a discussion on policy 6820, financial reports, which we regarding the reports that are on the meeting are on the agenda, and how we go about voting on them in our meetings. Agenda review, it's a relatively light agenda. Unified grant to North Hunterdon. There's also the Lebanon Township police contract ready for our approval. Clinton Township will be forthcoming at a future meeting. The annual comprehensive maintenance plan is attached. This is an annual calculation of facility repairs needed, and it's based upon the square footage of our buildings. Also, you'll see the purchase of a $44,000 piece of equipment. More specifically, it's a motor for one of the large chillers at North Hunterdon that's in need of repair. Other than that, there are the monthly financial reports. on the agenda. Also, the last items that we talked about, just for the good of the order, the long-range facility plan report is in the process. We're also in the process of commencing a demographic study. The vendor is statistical forecasting, and there's a brief discussion about reassessments that are occurring in Bethlehem Township, and Katie pointed out that if people have problems with their reassessments, it's the county tax office is the place to take that appeal, not to us or her. And also, the last thing, Katie updated us on some legislation, specifically some districts, or in that we're not eligible to go higher than 2% tax levy because we are deemed a district that has adequate spending. So we're still stuck to, or held fast to that 2%. That's all I have. If anybody has any questions of me.
John, you mentioned that you addressed policy 6820 regarding financial reports. Was that in regards to the monthly bills?
Yes.
Can you dive a little deeper into that and how that impacts our voting on it?
Well, yes. So when we are given their monthly bills to pay, I guess the key takeaway is that if anybody votes no, immediately then that triggers the board secretary shall provide that information to the county superintendent with names and the reasons for the no vote. So I guess it's at a higher level than some of the other items of business that we have to discuss at our meeting. You really need to have a reason, because it's going to be taken to the next level immediately if there's a no vote. So I think that goes into the seriousness of voting yes on that, and that's part of our duty, is not just to abstain. It's an important part. If there's a problem, make that vote and it's going to go to the next level. If not, there's a lot of training, a lot of work that goes into preparation and of these reports, certifications of the professionals that we have preparing them, and so it's a serious deal if we dance around this topic. So that's one of the reasons we talked about it.
Did you also address the line item of the monthly bills and voting?
Well, that's more under payment of claims under 6470, whereas a lot of work goes into preparing this list. It's not just the check is ready to be signed off on and going out. It's
There's a vendor process.
There's a whole process, and I mean, Katie, you can speak to this process. I mean, there's several steps, maybe 5 or 6.
Well, Katie put it, I don't mean to interrupt. It's right here in the agenda in the committee minutes. Policy review 6470, 6820. Katie went over it with us. You can pull the policies, you can read them, and it's probably best you do that. If you have questions, ask Katie.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Jess.
I have a question, John, about agenda. Is it a quick question?
Sure.
Agenda item 1, the second bullet point, where you inquired about those booster clubs and other organizations. What do you mean by other organizations? Is it they're not?
I bet mostly booster. I don't know about other organizations, but booster clubs aren't subject to. Maybe there are, and I'm not aware of them. But
is it maybe clubs, other clubs that fundraise?
Right, they're not subject to the normal audit process that we saw tonight. So the takeaway from that is, and I get that question from parents. I'm sure other people do too. As far as they might have a complaint about how's money being spent in the booster clubs, and it's up to those organizations to have good representation, good leadership. And those people that are part of that club should ask the questions to the pertinent people to make sure that the money is being spent where it should be.
So that would include other clubs like maybe Key Club or whatever.
I would assume so.
Fundraising also.
No, that's under
managed.
It would be the outside organizations, like the parent-run booster clubs that have their own bylaws and do their own fundraising. They're outside of our scope. The clubs under us
are under the school,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
But they're also accountable, just
Oh,
like
yeah.
the PTA. There's a governing body
Yeah.
when you sit on a PTA, when you sit on the booster. I've done them both. So there's an accountability.
Yeah.
And they have, as individual entities, they have their own reporting requirements.
Yes.
They just, they're a not-for-profit organization, a booster organization, but they have reporting, accounting, and governance as their own independent entities.
Okay.
Not under the school's umbrella of what the school's in charge of, or what we can audit or anything else like that.
All right, thank you.
You had mentioned this 15-4, right? This is the first time we're taking teacher from one of the sending districts?
Yeah, so if you want me to speak on that, this came
Yeah, I mean, I
about-
think it's interesting, right? So-
Sure, Clinton Township, Melissa Sager, Superintendent of Clinton Township, reached out to us to see if we had any surplus Spanish teachers because they were short. They needed some Spanish language instruction for their students, and they didn't have enough teachers to provide all of that, and wanted to know if we had any surplus. And we said we have had a situation in the past where we had a 6 assignment, we paid them a 6 assignment, and then the district would reimburse us for that. And as we were discussing that, and it evolved, it turns out that they have a multilingual learning teacher that they had capacity that is not fully utilized at Clinton Township. And they said, well, maybe instead of us just giving you the money back, we'll give you in-kind services for multilingual, and we're giving them Spanish language services. So it's actually the first time I'm aware of that, that we have a shared service agreement with one of our sending districts where we are giving services in kind to each other that are of close or equal value, and we're all benefiting from it. I think it's really exciting that we're able to.
That's exciting.
And that we're able to do something that is a true shared service and not just an exchange of
Yeah,
funds.
especially as everyone's facing budget problems, right? This is a great use of shared resources. So that's why I wanted to call it out. Any other questions? Okay, so I need a call for motion and second to approve agenda items 15-1 through 15-13.
So moved.
Second.
Christina and Dan? All in favor?
Aye.
Any abstentions? Or any opposed? Okay, so move.
Okay. Community relations and student activities, we met on October 10th virtually. All members, including Dr. Burgess and Julianne Strico, were present, and Beth Catran was not able to make it. On our agenda items, first one we talked about, Juliana gave an overview of homecoming and all the activities going on. So there's lots, and everyone's touched upon how wonderful it's been, and the upcoming Spirit Weeks and milk can games. So that was one of the areas that we talked about, and it's exciting for all the students. So another agenda item we had was our school school year first. So we spent some time wanting to talk about club participation, because in the past it's been brought up that students weren't aware of clubs. We wanted to see what we could do, initiatives that we could put in place that we'd get a better turnout. So based on public comments and things in the past, this year we wanted to kind of touch base to see how, at this point, how is it going, since the freshmen are coming in, doing clubs, and it seems like, there's been so much activity, both in the student clubs and sport participation. One of the action items that we're going to look at is to see if we can collect some data on these clubs to see if there's anything further we need to do, or if we keep pushing the way we are. We talked about the ROAR report, which is a video, and that's the way that students can engage, and they tend to respond better than, I guess, in the past, signs up or at back to school night. So we want to see, just to make sure all these initiatives are that we're putting in place and we're getting a good turnout. The other area that was brought up was Glenn asked about how the hockey team was doing, and participation-wise, and it's going well. And we also looked at other combined sports to see if they've been successful or not. And Nicole had asked if we see a drop in participation as seniors start to age out, but it looks like seniors, once they're in a club, they pretty much are committed. And ski club seems to be one that's very popular amongst that demographic in the district. So we'll keep monitoring it, and we have such a huge offering And I commend the board on when, they come to us on clubs wanting to start, and as long as they've gone through the criteria of getting an advisor, enough students, that we go ahead and, approve these clubs as interests, ebb and flow and change. So that's great. And then the other one was we wanted to look at some successful initiatives. One of the things that has come up in the past is on how we communicate to the parents on parental permissions and those rights. So we looked at what's going on, it's in the parent handbook, back to school night. We're looking at the website, and one of the things that came up, and which is there is a follow-up on, is to see if the library, if the information's getting out there, so parents are aware that they can opt out of, if it's a extracurricular, if it's a school program, if it's a library book, if it's a survey. So we're making sure that we're communicating clearly with the community, with the parents. So those are areas that we'll continue to look at. The CPAG, we had a public comment in July, and we have a new director of special education, and we know that the concern there to make sure that we have a CPAG in place, that the school, we help facilitate that. We don't have to lead it, but the parents group do, and that was one of the things that was going to be followed up on, to see if that's already been put in place. I know everything is kind of new.
Yeah, I don't think they have dates yet, but I know they're working together.
Beautiful.
I'm talking to
Okay.
Jen on Thursday. They have our meeting, so.
Fabulous. And then one of the other areas that was brought up for the community outreach was the topic of traffic, what's going on around the schools. Voorhees doesn't seem to have as big of an issue with parent drop-off and traffic flow, the dangerous situations that our students and the parents driving them are faced. One of the things at Voorhees is that we have a sign on that the school is here, but it's not lit up, and there's going to be inquiry in to see that and the North Hunterdon sign, and that would be a county, right? The county is
I
responsible
do have a
for
clarification
that.
that we thought it was a county because it'd be a county road. I am working with Hal Abraham, who's the new superintendent of Lebanon Township. He actually reached out to the county, and they said that we have to go through the township, so now we're working with the township. So Hal sent us a letter that he sent to the county, and we're going to send a letter asking for assistance from the township as well. I believe the last time we did fix those, it was our obligation for the payment, but we just need to make sure they know what we're doing because it shoots them.
Okay. And then one of the things that brought up talking about driving and students is to look at the SRO officer. We've had programs in the past where to get your permit to be able to park, that they would take a course. I think at one point it was Alive at 25. So that's one of the initiatives we'd like to look at with the SROs to see if a program could put in place for next year's seniors, that to get a parking permit, they have to go through some kind of traffic awareness, just because our school's on a busy road and there's construction. So our concern is with those traffic patterns and safety of our students.
Just a question about that. So when you were talking about the signs, are we talking about doing anything to the light, the signal at Regional Road and 31, or no?
No, I did talk to Clinton Township Police about that, Chief DeRosa. Being a state road, there's limited control they have over that. They can manually override it, like they do sometimes for
the games,
football games and things
yeah.
like that. But that's when there's really an exorbitant amount of traffic flow.
Yeah.
So doing that on a daily basis just wasn't feasible from a staffing perspective, really. So.
I just wish that there could be like a left-hand turn signal for students coming from the school to 31 and making a left onto 31. Because what you find is at the end of the day, that I've noticed, is there's sun glare for the students coming, I don't know if it's north-south, but coming from the Exxon property on Regional Road to the school. And so that's the point where we tend to see the accidents, is when they're turning. So I just wish that there was a way that there could be something done to at least do like a left-hand turn signal or a delayed green or something like that for the other side.
I know Chief DeRosa is working on whatever options he can, and we're going to support whatever he needs.
Okay.
I think it adds a layer of difficulty because it is a state road. There's also the talk of making no turn on red, no red as well, because that is, there's limited sight there and things like that. So again, those are all great ideas that we're all trying to move towards. That'll be practical. So.
Okay. The other thing too is that and we don't, knock on wood, we don't see a lot of accidents there, but when students are pulling out by the tennis court, even adults, it's very hard to see cars coming up from 31. I don't know if that's going to change because of the construction that's there, but it's almost like a obstructed view. I wonder if putting like a mirror or something straight ahead would allow for students to be able to see better.
I'll look into that. I think it's coming from the right, like you're making a left. The traffic coming because there's that hill.
Yeah, it's the hill.
But I do know we have an officer stationed out there at dismissal.
Yeah. Okay.
So at least when a lot of students are entering onto that road, I've actually talked to the officers as there because sometimes you're coming in at that time and you can't get in.
Yeah.
So
okay.
It's also helpful to go to your township committee meetings.
And
bring these up to your township committee and your mayor.
Yep.
And they have a voice, a little bigger than Rich here.
Even just beyond the township that's in? Okay, that's good to know too.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can go to anybody in the township and you have that discussion. You get public time to speak and bring it up.
Okay, great.
And then the only thing that we have to vote on, and it's our standard, would be the overnight trips that we have on the agenda here for the Model UN and Key Club. So that's the only thing we have to vote action item tonight.
One other question just on participation, and Rich, I don't know, do we have any metrics on participation? And I don't know if our student information system aids us in that, in having a sense of what percentage of our student body are either involved in athletics or clubs.
I don't believe we're tracking it with our student information system, but all the club advisors are supposed to be keeping attendance records, and we can access that at any time if we need to.
Right. I guess I'm curious to Tara's point, like the participation or fluctuations in participation, what is the overall participation? Because some of that even harkens back to what Rich presented, and I think as parents we know academic success often stems from broader success and participation in the school.
I know we're tracking athletics. I don't think we're doing Schedule Bs, but that's something I can talk to.
Yeah, so that's one of the things we discussed, that if we could get some data so we can see and make sure that any kind of initiatives that we put in place are working, and then if there's something that we need to improve on as a committee.
Is that possible through Aspen?
I don't know if it's possible through Aspen, but if it's not, we can always look at other methods of doing it. Just some sort of central data collection that everybody puts it in, and then we can analyze the data based on that.
Is there a concern of clubs being canceled if the enrollment is low? Is that what eventually happens? Okay.
They phase out.
That is what eventually does happen. It happens sort of organically without us looking at the data and forcing a close. It sort of just, goes away. But when that happens, there's always clubs on the wait list who are volunteer clubs right now. So when a paid club goes away because there's not as much interest anymore, then one of the other non-paid clubs that there is more interest in gets bumped up. In the order of what
I didn't know that.
So there's
there is some rotation in the clubs, and it wanes from maybe not year to year, but every 2 or 3 years, depending on. Sometimes you have a student that's really into something that they get their friends and everybody involved, and then those students leave, and there's not people that take it over.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the advisors, the stipends, there's a lot that are doing it volunteering just because of the passion for it, and so. Which says a lot about our faculty to take on those clubs.
Yep, no, without that.
And just as I asked the hockey question, because I don't, maybe some of the members, we had brought hockey into the school a couple years back, and one of the concerns was the cost, and do we have enough feeder kids coming into the program to make it have a life? And so you're right. So we definitely, the report said yes, and in fact, we are seeing enough kids sustain the program, which is great. So.
Yeah, and I think that's many years out.
Yeah. So at least the data is proving to be true, which is good.
And on the combined sports, hockey was the first one. Ice hockey was the first one we did it as a combined cohort between 2 schools. But last year, if you remember, we asked you to also support gymnastics being a cohort sport. So that has North Voorhees sport. Tomorrow night is senior night at Hillsborough. I'm planning on attending that, anybody who's speaking about one of our district meetings.
That's cool.
Other questions? Okay, so I need a call for motion and second to approve agenda item 16.1.
So moved.
Second.
And Jess, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Delegates report, Tara and Kim?
December 7th.
December
so I won't
7th?
have
Oh, that's
anything
right.
to- Yeah, but she does.
I have a bunch of stuff, sorry. Okay, so we have the county meeting on September 30th. I was virtual,
I saw you.
but I think Dr. Berjak was there, Tara, Nicole, there's a few people there.
I was virtual.
Yes, and Chrissy was virtual. So we had Superintendent Dr. Rick Falksey of Kingwood Township and Milford Public School District, and Dr. Carrie McGann of the Flemington Raritan School attend, and then Mr. Ralph Lasano from Flemington Raritan he's the Director of Technology, Student Data and Assessment. He provided a presentation on AI and how it has the potential to be used to improve student achievement, enhance curriculum and instruction, and streamline administrative tasks. You can see that, it's all recorded, so you can go back in and look at that.
Okay.
Very interesting, more questions, it's
More questions
fascinating, but
Yeah.
then you have
Answers,
more
yeah.
questions and
Yeah.
at the end, like, you know,
I know.
but a lot to delve into. On October 8th, there was a podcast, and it was with our own, Maren Smagala with Ray Penny. That was on communication tips for school districts. So very good. You might want to just pull that podcast featuring Maren had a lot of great tips. A lot of it we probably already are aware. Future noteworthy dates. I thought this was important. We've been having discussions. So NJSBA has our meetings and training events. You'll have county meetings and then PD, which are trainings. You can attend any county meeting. So upcoming this is in January, so put it on your calendars. January 27th, Somerset Hudson County is having their meeting, and their topic is what you need to know about the board secretary report. It's 6:45 to 8:30, and it is virtual. It's only virtual. January 29th, Ocean County is having their meeting and discussion on navigating school finance. 6:45 to 8:30, it's virtual. And then this month, October 16th, Burlington County is their topic, understanding the budget formula and how districts can stabilize their funding. That is 6 to 8 virtual. And then October 30th, 10 to 11 a.m. is the fall legislative update, and that's virtual. So everything that's on the legislative floor, bills, you'll hear the forum from NJSBA will speak, and there's a lot of good stuff for that hour. And then last but not least, I think, Tara, you probably already said this, right? Our December 7th is the delegate, and then on December 11th, there is a Union County, their SBA meeting, and it's taking a deeper dive into the budget process and development, the board's role in the budget. Again, so those are, especially newbies.
And the December 7th, I'm the voting delegate, but anybody can go. I mean, you could just sign up, and it's at Mercer County Community College. And so it starts, and you can sit there, you just won't get to
9 to 12,
vote.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
9 to 12, and they do little, breakfast beforehand, but it's nice to, it's very packed with so many members, but so much information. And because we're moving over to the delegate, we're writing the policy for school boards, so that's what we're voting on, any verbiage changes, new resolutions. So it's nice to be involved. You just can't vote, but you can be there. So I recommend it. It's a really...
It is, and if you're interested in becoming a certified board member or master board member, some of us are, you need to have that. So I would go. It's worthy, and then once you go, you learn a lot.
And it's an easy drive on a Saturday morning to get there before 9. You can get through Flemington pretty quick. Get down 295. So, yeah.
Do we have a deadline though, if we're having topics discussed? For that December 7th, do they have to already be in?
Yeah, so when I put that out for everyone, if anyone wanted to do any resolutions, so. Clinton Township had one last, in May, that they had proposed, so. And that's something we could think of as a board, is there's an area or a topic and we want to input a resolution, we can go ahead and write that and submit it.
Thanks, Kim. Personnel?
Personnel Committee met on October 9th. Everyone was present, and we discussed the items on the personnel agenda.
Okay. So I need a call for motion and second to adopt Resolution 101524-2 for executive session to discuss matters falling under Category 8. As reflected in the attached resolution, the board expects to be in executive session for approximately 1 hour, and upon return to public session, action will be taken. You first?
So moved.
Dan?
Second.
Beth? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? For those sitting here, I would plan on the stronger hour than less than an hour. I suspect it'll be a little bit long tonight, so just, in case you're planning to stay. So. Call for motion and second, I'm sorry, I need a call for motion and second to reconvene public session.
So moved.
Second.
Left side, right side.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstention? We are back in public session. So I need a call for motion and second to approve agenda items 21.1, 21.2, and 21.3, which is a hand carry, which is to accept the resignation of Jeff Bender effective November 20th, 2024. I need a first and second.
Oh, so moved.
So move.
Second.
Tara and Jess. And I need a roll call vote.
Or any questions or comments?
Oh, I'm sorry, any questions or comments? I'm sorry, thank you. Good. Now I need a roll call.
Ms. Pagno?
Yes.
Mr. Chapman?
Yes.
Ms. Gallo?
Yes.
Ms. Hicks?
Yes.
Ms. Botran?
Yes.
Mr. McIver?
Yes.
Mr. Melick?
Yes.
Ms. Reyes?
Yes.
Ms. Selina?
Yes.
Mr. Stanton?
Yes.
Ms. Piano?
Yes.
And Mr. Carvana?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Mr. President, you just wanted to make a comment?
Yeah, so one comment is that I do want to thank Jeff Bender for his many years of service with our schools. A few months back, we appointed Dr. Berjak as our acting superintendent, and Rich is continuing as our acting superintendent, overseeing the day-to-day operations of our school. Any old and new business? I will say, I reached out to Patty Reese just to see if she can do norms, and she reached out and said yes, so just FYI, that's my new business.
Have one thing, I'm not sure who to ask to tell us about it, but in the annual fiscal report that we had today, there was a mention that the district works with communities on internship opportunities for seniors. It was one of the kind of highlights of major initiatives and accomplishments. And I don't remember hearing about that particular initiative, and I thought that would be a really nice thing to hear about, is the work that the district has been doing to, that it said that we've been doing about getting internship opportunities for seniors.
Sure. If you can reference where that was at in the report, that would help me, but if not, I can just check with Mike Squarsha and find out what our current...
Yeah, there's a section that's called Major Initiatives and Accomplishments.
Okay.
It's in the kind of front piece that's more a
I think I
description
saw-
of
yeah.
what's
That's all I
like
need
the
to
state
get.
of the
Yeah, I think
art
it's
of
the front portion.
the
Yeah.
state of the union for the district, not the meaty financial
Yep.
pieces.
I know where to find out, so I'll get you some answers.
Okay.
But somewhere that must be happening, and it'd be great to hear about it.
Yeah, good comment. All right, I need a call for motion and second to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Second. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? We are adjourned.
Good work, everybody.
Thanks.